Hello. Hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. And today we do the watch party for The Rings of Power Season 2, Episode 8. That means we do the talking here, and in parallel you run the episode, because I can't stream it to YouTube, else I will get banned and copyright claimed to hell, and that I don't want. As a result, I can't do this. So if you're here hoping to see the episode here, that's not where you see it. We just do basically audio commentary here. That's how it works. And so we will see this screen here that we see in the background for quite some time. Also, I need to, I think, change the number to episode 8. And yeah, that's today a long stream for the discussion. That was really tough today, I have to admit. Also, welcome everyone. Priscilla, thank you for leaving your like, and Oakenbird, welcome to see you. Well, hello again. Yeah. Rosemary's also here. Welcome. I gave you a shout out yesterday for your call on Adar healing with Nenya. That was pretty nice. But yeah, before we go into some details. Spoiler warning. We watch the episode here. All episodes are out. I assume you have already seen them, so there might be spoilers. And yeah, we just go through the episode and see what is going on. So that we all have out of the room. The organizational stuff. I have to start the timer already, though I forgot where the episode starts. I have to find this out really quick, chat. We have to skip no intro, do we? Yeah, that's a summary. Okay, we have to skip that one. So 2 minutes 48. That's where the timer needs to start. That time we have to. I forgot to start the timer. I hope I don't overlook it as last time. So we're not starting the show yet. We're skipping the summary. So we skip to 2 minutes 48. I need a script that I can set it up here, but I always I had no time to look into this. The intro is after the first scene, but it still has a summary of 2 minutes 48, it seems, which surprises me that it's that long. It was a long summary there. I hope you recovered a bit. Also, yeah, just to continue. Everything light touches. What about Shadow Plays? My father, that's beyond borders. You must never go there, Simba. That's where Rings of Power is. Okay. Well, I guess we already went there. Aris Aurelian, welcome to you as well, of course. And all the others. Maybe we have some time for people to get notified, which not always works, but I said yesterday it will be a kind of spontaneous setup for this year, because I really need to sleep a bit. So chat, yeah, yesterday's stream was really tough, I have to say. And before the stream I made the video and so on. I was a bit destroyed today, I have to admit. Well, Alexi, welcome. Nice to see you as well. I'm pumped for this. I missed the stream too. I was way too tired. I was in yesterday's stream for about 2 hours, went to bed, woke up, and it was still going, yes. So, that's a classic, I feel, with these streams. I think I have not made a single episode in under, I don't know, 9 hours or something. What was the first episode that we discussed? That was 9 hours 50. Second episode analysis, 9 hours 6. Third episode analysis was only 8 hours 48. And then fourth episode, 10 hours 22. Fifth episode, Okay, 5th episode was fast. I don't know what happened there, chat. Was there a second part of 5th? There's a second part. So it was 6 hours 42 because I was really tired. And then I did another 7 hours the other day. 6th episode, 9 hours 25. 7th episode, 6 hours 51. And then there was part 1. And then there's part 2 with 10 hours 22. I think that's the longest we did for one episode. And yesterday it was also 10 hours. But yeah, now I also... Chat, we have a problem. I did not watch the timer. Now we have to do this again. Add them all together. No, that would be not smart. But considering that 9 hours per episode times 8, like it's 70, 80 hours or something I spent with this. I forgot to stop the timer. So we do it again. If anything, we need... yeah. We do this as always. Also, welcome Schnake on Twitch. Nice to see you there. Shall we all pause when somebody has an ad? Question mark. Yes, no, I don't care. Okay, we do the poll here. That's a good thing. In the meantime, I look the timer. Well, Amazon thought, have you heard about second ad or third ad? Right after first breakfast. So yeah, it's a bit annoying. I agree with you. Especially on a service that you pay for, that's really annoying. But I guess they didn't increase the price really. As a result, it's like a hidden price increase where you have at least the option to not increase the price and just say whatever, just give me the ads. Let me just double check. Which was the time? 2 minutes 48. Okay, that's where we will start. Okay, chat. I have to be careful that I stop the timer at the right point. And then we can make a countdown, watch the episode. We can also wait a moment longer. And then we will see. Okay, there we are, chat. 2 minutes 48. Timer set up. It's annoying, I know. That's why I need to... I don't understand this, though. Like, I could swear I had a script where I could set this up. Like, I reprogrammed it a little bit that you could have a set starting time. I had to convert, I don't know, in milliseconds or whatever. I remember something like that. Okay, it seems like the majority of people voting here say, well, I don't care if you do this, we can do that then. And also a lot of people say, yeah, let's just stop for a moment. We talk about quite a bit about the show anyway, so it's not like the classic we just watched the episode we just watched the episode in silence thing here. If you download the episode and watch the download, you can usually avoid ads. Use the download function in the top of the program page. That I found very interesting. Does this also work on web browsers? I mean, on a web browser, I have actually the option to say, well, use this ad blocker here, then no ads appear. Also kind of helpful. So to be fair, ad blockers are kind of a problem as well. I know ads are annoying, but especially for me as a YouTube person that does not do promotional stuff at the beginning of your video. I could now tell you about the history of Tor, but before we do this, let me ask you the question: have you ever heard about this VPN service and stuff like that? I find this a bit annoying, to be honest, but those ads, if you have the reach on YouTube, you definitely you make quite a bit of cash with those if you're big enough. Far more than just normal YouTube ads that you would get. Oh. Also welcome, Valkyrie. Yeah, YouTube recently got like YouTube is trying to outsmart the ad blockers. YouTube Premium is, I think, like a really good way if you don't want to see the ads, because every time I show you an ad, speaking of ads, for people watching the want to watch the analysis stream, I have not. Okay, that's a new one, chat. In the episode 8 analysis, YouTube has not placed 5 billion ads. Surprising. I forgot to set this up. So I just place some ads manually, I would say. Like I place one ad every hour. I feel like that's fair. Might be a bit annoying, but especially for the YouTube Premium people. Sometimes if you say place these ads automatically, they place one every 5 or 10 minutes. It's kind of ridiculous. Makes stuff very unfun to watch. Also, Tirza, welcome, nice to see you. We haven't started yet, so that we skip to 2:48, and then from there we will start in a moment. But yeah, this whole ad stuff on YouTube, it's kind of getting out of hand a bit. But on one side, it's an interesting phenomenon. I said this in previous streams. Like, I as a creator, if my video is not claimed by YouTube at least, then I can decide how many ads and stuff will show in the video. Like, that's on me. And one ad block is then usually 2 ads on YouTube. And then usually I go for pre-roll and the post-rolls at the end of the video. If the video is longer than, let's say, 30 minutes or so, I place one in the middle as well. I think that's fair, in my opinion. And streams, I try to go, I don't know, after 30 minutes, I set the first one, and then in 1 hour blocks, something like that. It's usually my ad policy here on this channel. And if I would change it, I would make like a community post. Also, Mari, welcome. My regular channel, yeah. The Twitch name of... That's a good question. How do I find this out, Schnake? I have an idea. One moment, YouTube people. I just have to look up something really quick. I copy-pasted it from the VOD chat. That's how it should be spelled. Okay. So, we will start soon, chat. Also, I just noticed something. I needs fixing. Maybe not. Well, it is. No, I think it's okay. My thing here just, I thought it would hit the episode. Maybe I can move it a bit around. Something like that is, I think, better. Okay. Timer we have set up, chat. Is there anything else we would need, chat? I think we should be set up. Are you all ready, people? Do you have any problems, any questions left? So we will stop. We end the poll now. Most people said if we see an ad, you write ad in chat. You don't need to write a complex sentence for this. Just post ad very fast in chat, and then I pause the video briefly. Ready, steady, awesome. And then yeah, we just watched the episode. It's 1 hour 5, I think. And yeah, we talk a bit about over it, of course. So I would say I give you a countdown and then we press start, and I hope that in the meantime other people who might wanted to join found their way here. Or maybe not, who knows. But let us count down, and 3, 2, 1, let's go. So it begins exactly. Now we see Narvi and Durin. Mind and soul. That's a healing chamber. I like this shot here where we see a bit of verticality in Khazad-dûm. Mini Ravager. Well, the Ravager pulls out stone, this pushes. Bong. The Barok thinks, what's going on here? What is this noise? I'm trying to sleep, he basically thinks. The eggs always look very light in this show here. Maybe it's better for the actors to handle a lighter X when they have extensive X holding to do. Thank you, Schnake, for the gift sub to Dedazu. Biodog has terrible neighbors, I can tell you. Biodog just wants to see hobbits dropping stones, dwarves crashing carts through the wall. Yes. Opera singer as a neighbor is not everyone's cup of tea. Yes. I mean, in theory, he has seen this kind of to some degree already in episode something of season 1. Forgot which episode it was actually. Yeah, we have this cultural shift and thinking different with the ring. Not now. Now it could be their mountain. I like how now the red light flashes up and lightens this and changes the lighting here. Welcome, Too Nice. Nice to see you. And the classic whip pulls the leg. It seems not that hot because always the clothes or so seem to be not burning from it. Oh, Sash, welcome. I'll come back when it's over. Have fun. Interesting how the Balrog tries to stay here on top and just falls down. And then he, like a chicken, he glides down. Like the wings, we haven't discussed this yesterday in the analysis actually. Because the like wings is, in my opinion, just a metaphor for the Balrogs. And there are too many Balrogs dying. There's at least one Balrog dying from falling down. So it seems very strange that they have wings and can fly or something, or glide. I mean, to be fair, Durin Spain doesn't die from the fall because maybe they fall into water or so, I don't know. Gandalf also doesn't have wings and survived the fall, so... Not everything that has wings can fly, that is true, but it could still stop the fall, but we know at least one Balrog dying from falling damage. I find it interesting that they went with the same design as Peter Jackson for the Balrog. Like, it's incredibly similar. Just a spicy penguin. I still have not understood what this scene here is supposed to mean, in a way. Like, what was the plan of King Durin there? What would have happened if the tunnel did not collapse? Now we have the so-called Vorspann. We have to sit through the Vorspann, though, because I can't change the timer, chat. I can't. I could, but no, I currently can't do this, so we have to watch the Vorspann. The intro. If by similar you mean identical, well, there might be some great nitpicker on Earth that says, well, if you look at there, the amount of little fiery sparks on it is different, so they're not the same. Something like that, they would say. And then I would say, well, it's technically true, so I just, as a YouTube person, I word my sentences very carefully. But yeah, it is basically the Peter Jackson Balrog. Durin Spain is the same. It's hilarious that he jumps here. It's kind of looks. I think it looks visually looks really cool. Yeah, the horns could be slightly different. Yeah, it's very uncertain. Like, like, let's say he does not kill the Balrog. Then the Balrog comes out and kills everyone. If he predicted the explosion, then the ring could have gotten lost, which I think he also does not want. There are too many weird things happening. There's always someone who wants to argue semantics, yes. Brightness max forever. I don't know why they can't just brighten up the scenes just a little bit. I mean, this scene's mostly okay. There's a cute turtle, the best scene in the movie with Bedek. I mean, his father caused his son quite a bit of trouble, to be honest. Old French. He confirmed, by the way, that he's one of the 5. So Gandalf is gone. So we have a 25% chance of guessing who he is. Saruman, Radagast. It doesn't look like Radagast, so it's 33% chance of who he is. So so Saruman would make no sense. Or 2 of the blue wizards are left. And since the 2 blue wizards we don't know, the 2 blue wizards are basically counted as 1. So we have a 50-50 chance if it's Saruman or a blue wizard. I hope it's not Saruman, to be honest. It could be, though. Who knows what the showrunner's doing. But I think it's bait. I think it's a blue wizard. I am willing this plot line into existence before his hippie phase. I think he was always like that, to be honest. The problem is, Saruman was the leader, always the leader of the Istari. He doesn't come off as the leader of the Istari here. And he's also the leader of the Istari, Saruman. Not only the White Council, but also the leader of the Istari. We still don't know who these masked men are, yeah. But now they are angry at the Dark Wizard, I think, and will accept a ring from Sauron or something. Istari means those who know. It's basically an... I don't know. What do you call it? An order? No. It's more like... It's a mission. To become a wizard, diminish your might, and go to Middle-earth and help the people rebel against Sauron. Why did he have to destroy the political... I think to make his point clear in a way. Okay, this one hobbit might have died. That would be a wide consideration of a reference there. You will never trust him again. Most likely. Like, this is such a dumpster fire, chat. I don't have words for this. Yeah, it is absurd. The High Priest is completely right. That would mean that whoever she has as an ally is more powerful than the Valar. And there's none such force in the world. Yeah, by the way, the people who chanted Medial just recently, now I just make something up completely without any proof or evidence, and it makes completely no sense, and people say, yeah, this guy is right. Like, there's so many scenes missing here. It's just a bold claim. It's so stupid. And of course, Earien tries to help her father. I mean, Númenóreans could in theory know who Sauron is, but of course the normal people in Númenor maybe not. They had no really contact with it. It's actually a surprise that Farazon from the Vision knows that he's Sauron. Like, there's so many scenes and explanations missing. I think that is just so poorly written, or so little time for what they need. Like, this should be multiple episodes, what we see here. She was, I think, pregnant during season 1, yes. There are some scenes I don't want to in season 1 where it kind of felt. I mean, treating your own people bad is something we also can observe in the real world. So from this perspective, I think it's not unrealistic. Wasn't she going to be an architect? I think she is an architect or something. But she's not a faithful. That kind of helps. The architect of Númenórean's downfall. She is, maybe. Every character hiding something comes off as so suspicious. Yeah, Anarion was mentioned in season 1 already, by the way. It's not the first time. But it seems like we might see next season. And here's Narsil, which is a surprise. Oh, Liana Stark, I hope everyone got enough rest for a new marathon. It won't be a new marathon today, though. We'll just watch one episode, talk a bit about it, and then move on. I was pretty destroyed today, I have to admit. It's not a problem to be pregnant. I think they have lots of ways to work around it. Actors can have employment-wise too. Yeah, for sure. I think you always have to be careful. If you can't just ask a woman, "Oh, are you pregnant?" No, I'm just fat. You know, it could go into the wrong direction. No, I feel like in season 1 it was not very noticeable. I think there were maybe 1 or 2 scenes in season 1 where you could come to the conclusion she might be pregnant, and they really tried to hide it to some degree that it's not so obvious. That makes no sense, Mr. Orc. These people are not the women and children have no weapons. There's one elf among them that has a weapon. You attack not the elf with a weapon. That's stupid, in my opinion. Except you would try to get like a hostage, if that makes sense. Oh no. The orcs teleported. They can teleport now. Only 7 survivors? Yeah, she got 7 survivors out of the city, and it took, I don't know, a couple of hours to gather them and go through the secret dwarven tunnel. So that in the meantime, we discussed this yesterday, this teleport really makes me angry. This scene just happens because it is written in the screenplay. Now we come to the unpleasant scene, so it's of course well acted, and in my opinion, a strong part of it. But of course, seeing Celebrimbor getting shot by an arrow to torment him further is, in my opinion, also a nitpick. Where did Elrond and where did Anatar get the bow from? We looked at it yesterday. The guards had no bow. What was even the point of harming Arondir if it has no consequences? I guess to just take him prisoner. I also like here how Celebrimbor he tries to what do you call it? Streicheln? Oh god, now I've stopped the episode. How he moves his face away from his hand while Anatar tries to touch his face, basically. Cat. That's my best animal. Caress, stroke, I don't know. Stroke his cheek, do you say that like this? Sounds maybe wrong, I don't know. Whatever, you know what I mean. I kind of like the acting here, I just wanted to point out. I still think he did not control the bodies, he controlled the mind or something. Maybe the soldiers thought they were attacking Sauron there. The morning shores I also find very strange. Also the lens. It was there when he had the bow. I also double checked that. I think these guards also had no lens with them. They only had swords. So no idea where this thing comes from now. Or spear, whatever that is. He's out unprepared. Maybe. It's just a minor thing. I would have found it cool, to be honest, if one of the guards had a bow with him and a spear. That's the coolest move here now. Shadow of Morgoth. He stands up again. The dying words of Celebrimbor. He's not wrong there. It will destroy him. One alone shall prove your utter ruin. This line I find kind of cool. It makes quite a lot of things. Like there's one ring. Yeah, the Celebrim banner. It seems like he can't control everybody that easily to that extent. And he was already in Galadriel's mind, and now Galadriel says the door is shut. So I think Sauron can't enter her mind that easy anymore using Osanwe. It's a bit strange that he hangs there, to be honest. There's very little force on the spear. A little bit of nitpicking. But yeah, we got at least Celebrim banner. To some degree. Like in the books, the orcs carry the corpse was shot with orc arrows through the city on a pole. So there must be a break here. Is there an ad chat? As said, if you have an ad, just write ad. Then we pause for a moment. We made a vote before we started the watch party. Okay, we have an ad, so we stop for a moment. Nice. Now we come to the thing here. Maybe it takes a few things, but yeah. Nice. Yeah, YouTube Premium is really good for creators, to be fair. However, the ad is in the Amazon thing, though. In the show. Not in here. Like here in the stream, I can say when an ad shall appear. I have a button for it. You can say YouTube to place ads manually. But since I don't do breaks during my streams here, I don't do things. Done. For open world, this is of course also important to know when the ad is over. Maybe you have, there's one premium, like if you watch on PC and you have an ad blocker or something, the ads won't show. And if you pay, I think €3, dollars, whatever extra, you also get no ads. But Amazon, I think, did not want to increase the price for Amazon Prime. And then they made the option you pay more YouTube Red. Yeah, that was what YouTube Premium was called before. It is over. Okay, awesome. So I would say we continue. With a normal video, interesting. Like I also get ads. If I watch here on my browser right now, I don't get ads because my ad blocker blocks them. Simply, I say, well, I pay for it. I don't care if you show ads. But my Fires TV stick, I use that to record the stuff in 4K because in the browser window I can't play it in 4K, I think. But for the 4K resolution stuff I record, I use the Fire stick. And there I have, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 ads at certain points in the show. At least it's not interrupting. It's usually at specific points when the scene switches. so that's kind of okay, I think. Always feels a bit strange though. Yeah, Joey also has a good suggestion. With my connection speed, I can download the episode in about 3 to 4 minutes, and I can watch with no ads. Yeah, that potentially helps. So I count down again, chat. From 3. We're 29 minutes 19 right now. Roundabout. 3, 2, 1. Let's continue. I like Theo here for once. I don't mind Theo. Like, he has a tough role to play in a way. It's the first time we see him smile here or laugh in a scene. He looks a bit more happy now. Seems like he made some inner peace here in the last episode in the Southlands. I like the interior here. There's a lot of detail and stuff here. It's kind of cool. Had a good healer to stitch me up. Like that. This scene here, in my opinion, has like a lot to do, basically. Like, there's so little time. The scene here goes maybe 3 minutes or something. He must have worked too much. Yeah, Isidore, I really like Isidore. I like the actor. Looking forward to the Isildur who kicks Sauron's back part. Mostly the finger part, I guess, but... kind of a tragic character in a way. We talked about this earlier, like Isildur in the books, he does so many things right. But unfortunately, the final task he gets is impossible. That's why he fails, and that leads to his death. Interestingly, yeah, I don't know. The scene has a lot to, like I said, he has to talk to Theo. Theo needs a bit more development. They need to talk about the issue with their dead parents or dead mothers. He can connect well with Isildur and so on. That kind of works. And then when Theo leaves, the next person comes in. Yeah, we also have to conclude this story arc, so he has to talk to Estrid as well. I hope I never see Estrid again. I'm not sure what's wrong with Estrid. I thought... I'm not sure if we would say she's an interesting character, but... definitely feels like... No, he said Shadow of Morgoth. Not Shadow of Mordor. I don't mind Estrid. And here he is. Men of Pelagia, salutation. Of course, Kemen is a character that is insufferable in the show. I really like the actor, like he portrays him so well. And I like the face expression when he sees Isildur in a moment. Like, his face doesn't know what to say, and he places perfectly. Just look in his face. Oh god, this makes things quite complicated. I never gave up hope. The situation is also kind of strange. Kieran feels very Roman when addressing the middle class men. Or the middlemen. How did Farazon learn about this outpost? Do they have cell phones? So he's creating now an armada. That's also an important detail. Good evening, Mark. Nice to see you. So I think they know Pelargi existed and it was an old Numenorean fortress or outpost once, so they want to reestablish it. Back to the forest, where Adar also is waiting, who was on the teleported from the battlefield right to this place. Spy eagles. But maybe the Numenorians don't want to cut their own trees all the time. In the book, that's also actually, it's much earlier though, but at some point the Numenorians go to Middle-earth to get a lot of wood, like a lot of wood. I like that Isildur still cares more about the horse than the girl. Yeah, Pelagia shouldn't be that cold, as you say. It's relatively far to the south, but I mean, yeah, kind of. It works, whatever. He looks like a real first age elf. Yeah, he kind of does. It was Maiglin who survived his fall to God. No. If you get thrown off a cliff by Tuor, you are dead. That's in the rules, basically. I like this representation of it doesn't matter what name I was given to at birth. I've chosen a new one. Why does he give her the ring? Because he knows he needs help versus Sauron, and Galadriel might prove a powerful ally for that. In an interview, the actor also said that Adar might also want the respect of like a high elf, like a very important elf in the elven history and so on. Soon Luke will learn that Adar is a very patient, let's say, leader of the orcs. The new leadership, or the style of the new leadership, might not suit him too well. That was kind of like they definitely implemented this. The rebellion of the children against the father. And now Sauron also teleported. To be fair, at least Sauron in theory could teleport, I think. Though it's hard to tell if he really could. It's a complicated topic, I feel. Yeah, the healing powers that he turns back, I didn't like, to be honest. Now Galadriel would have the time to just run. Yeah, he convinced the orcs, and Gluk at least didn't like what Adar was doing here with the thing. So that was established. Like, Luke was always, Adar, can we not retreat? Can we go back to Mordor? The healing was fine. Yeah, that's what we mean. The healing was an illusion as a result. Because when you are healed, the state you heal to persists. It doesn't just go magically back again. That's not what how healing works. Treacherous orcs. Of course, they go back to being orcs. Now Sauron is their leader. Yeah, they go back to being orcs, and they will be treated worse than they were treated under Adar, for sure. We might have to look into this. But the black speech is something Tolkien has very little words given to us. So it might just be, yeah, I don't know, proto-black speech. Not proto, what do you call it? Neo-black speech. Like Neo-Sindarin and so on. We won't ever know who Adar was, yes. I think that will be a mystery. This fighting choreography I found a bit weak, to be honest. It gets better though, I think. But like a bit of a cold start for Galadriel. I think the fight gets a bit better over time. I also like it how Elrond and Gil-galad say nothing when they destroy the statue of Fëanor. I think, well, Fëanor was maybe kind of a controversial figure. We kind of dig that. Yeah, he turned the ring. Yeah, he doesn't want the orcs to see him that he has a very shiny, maybe powerful looking ring, a ring they were looking for. I like the laugh of the orc. Dirty laugh. Sauron, Elrond putting out some burns here. And here you hear the dwarven stuff somewhere. No, it was not here. There was somewhere a scene where you hear the dwarven call or something. This move reminds me of this one Highlander film. Is it the fourth one or so? It was not one of the good ones though. The scrolls and archives were important plot points in season 1. That's actually true. But it's kind of very typical for Elrond to like the scrolls and say, kill us, but please don't destroy the scrolls. Now the mind shenanigans start. That's how Galadriel finds out he's lying. There were multiple things, like Celebrimbor says something that Galadriel heard from Adar. This specific speech, not of the flesh, but whatever the thing was. And now fighting herself is also pretty cool. That was a cool scene in my opinion. Galadriel Sauron confirmed. Okay, Schnarker, I'm sorry for that. I see you. And this kick, the door was shut. I really like that one. Was a cool kick. The music is pretty cool though. I think it's a double step because both crown things have blood on them later. He said, I see you, yeah. Reminds me of Shadow of Mordor. Shadow of War, or both. But both crown pikes have blood on them. I also only see one wound. Another dwarf finally comes. It was clear that the dwarf will show up at some point. I like how he says the dwarves. Just imagine how these dwarves would have slaughtered these orcs. Also stabbed him in the eye. I don't know where he gets this other dwarven bolt from. Oh, it's Navi. Now he doesn't move his lips when he was talking to Galadriel, so this is Osanwe's stuff. Galadriel, your ring. Yeah, that would be interesting if she also would do mind talking. I guess, yeah, that's a good point. If she speaks with Osanwe, she's open. I like how he doesn't manage to grab her arm in time. Interesting editing here. Find it a bit strange, but I guess it works. And he falls into the tree. I also like how he looks down there. Let's see, what am I going to do now? I could teleport down there. I also like the other orc who says, well, maybe we should not discuss this matter with the other guy. He looks just at the other orc and just runs. There could be an ad here, by the way. He jump after her. That's 100 plus meters. Hard to tell how high it is. I would say the tree is 15, 20 meters, so it's 40 meters at least. Bad timing. Okay, we just pause. Chat, we have to pause for a moment. That orc's the most sensible character. Well, that's a good thing. Maybe we can look it up really quick. The quote I could read. Good point by you. I know. So I guess it's in the chapter. What chapter should it be? Mirror of Galadriel, right? Yes, it is. Do not be afraid, but do not think that only by singing amid the trees, nor even by the slender arrows of elven bows, is this land of Lothlorien maintained and defended against its enemy. I say to you, Frodo, that even as I speak to you, I perceive the Dark Lord and know his mind, or all of his mind that concerns the elves. And he gropes ever to see me and my thought, but still the door is closed. She lifted her arms, her white arms, and spread out her hands towards the east in a gesture of rejection and denial. Erendil, the evening star, most beloved of the elves, shone clear above. There's an interesting quote. This quote is one of the main reasons Galadriel is in the show. I'm not sure how they interpret it like this, but whatever. Yes, as he at overchat, shall we continue? It was used when Frodo at Amon Hen. Yeah, it's actually possible. For you, the ad is over. Oh, it's done. You wrote it already. Okay, so I count down from 3 then. 3, 2, 1, let's go. She already is in the Shadow Realm. I would say if you die, you always go to the Shadow Realm. I think this could be like a proto version of the Morgul blades, and maybe, or like the inspiration for the Morgul blades. I could imagine something like that, and then you would turn somebody into a phantom. I think it's about her not becoming a race. I think that's basically the idea behind what he's saying there. It's a bit strange because when you die, you really also you definitely go also to the Shadow Realm, to the unseen world. Tough decision for Elrond. Yeah, good scene by Elrond, I would agree. And of course, there we see the stick of Gandalf. When we saw it, we said, "Oh, that's the stick of that's the staff of Gandalf." Then, well, there's some branch. Let's get away with it. Get away with it. You could get sent to get some King's Fall. not only is just photobombing here. I think that's a miner that wanted to punch our friend Durin in the face that stands behind him. That's a kind of a funny detail. Who is crying for half the season? Maybe. Poor Medial. It's still strange that Farazon is now in power and Medial's in chains. Because he just said, well, something Sauron. It's just stupid. Then sometimes I look into the real world and think, yeah, maybe that's actually somewhat realistic. I don't know. Now what trees? I mean in Numenor? Because the Numenorians wanted to be nice in Numenor. That's why they go elsewhere. Thank you, Grand Elf. Grand Elf. And now he has a staff in a moment, then he becomes not Grand Elf anymore, he becomes Gandalf. Hola. Don't be a stranger now, Grand Elf. Thank you for helping to destroy our village in exchange for your stick. No problem. To be fair, the stranger had nothing to do with that. It was the Nori and Poppy getting there and then getting the others into trouble. It was cringe. No, I think it was funny in my opinion. Don't be a stranger. Do you have any streams plans next week? Officially not, but we might do something, yes. And also just go. Okay, why not go together or something? Why is Gandalf not following them? I mean, maybe he has to now fight the Dark. Like, I don't understand this scene, to be honest. What's Gandalf's plan now? He goes back to Tom Bombadil and sings a bit, but he could have also said, well, I'll catch up with you later. I don't understand why Nori is leaving. Like, she wants to lead back. Like, it feels like it's too dangerous for the hobbits there. Their home is destroyed. And maybe they talked about the Shire. Susat, I think they called it. I think Tom Bombadil missed the cup at the end with the water. I also like that he prepares 2 cups. He knew Gandalf would come. Yeah, maybe parent, sister, like, they have to leave their home, and she is an expert on migration, basically. So she wants to reunite, and then maybe they go to the Shire due to this legend. In between season 2 and 3, we will discover that Gandalf trained with Tom over 1 year. And then it becomes One Punch Wizard, as somebody wrote yesterday in chat. I read this as well. The teapot is the teapot is the best though. The hedgehog shaped teapot. That's kind of cute. Let us sing together. I like that they start singing here though. That's very fitting to Tolkien stuff. The song is in the real lore, yes. I've seen hedgehog-shaped pots in museums before. Interesting. This music I also kind of like. Gives me distant Ghost in the Shell vibe, so. Like Ghost in the Shell is so many leagues above this show. It's kind of ridiculous. What would I have thought the name would have done? I would be angry. Like, just tell us who he is so we can use him. Oh, that's Bulgarian. That's good to know. The constellation flip around? I have no idea, to be honest. New antagonist, meaning Sauron takes a break in season 3? No, I don't think so. I think he might have to confront. I like the setup here, by the way, in Khazad Dûm for your brother seems to gathering support for also to claim kingship. Cool. Doing things. Awesome. If his brother's name is Gimli, I swear. I think the song, the music score track, the singing, the choir in the background, that was when we were seeing the Dark Wizard. Here we have a classic wake up in the Shire moment of Fellowship of the Rings. Also the burn here of Gil-galad is kind of amazing. I didn't know you were so peaceful when you finally shut up. They could have shown the brother once, I agree. Our fighting days are over, now comes the sorceress. I think Arondir might accompany Galadriel to Lothlorien at some point or something. Gil-galad made me laugh with this comment too. As a gardener. You have to consider that the wood elves live in Lothlorien, and they potentially have, I don't know, a wood elf king or a cinder king. Actually, I'm not sure. What the is it known where Amdir, what kind of elf Amdir is? He has a Sindarin name. That's not unusual, though. Okay, Amros was a Cinder elf. Difficult. Other Amros and a Sindarin king. He was considered Sindarin king. Curious. At what time is it? Gil-galad drops a second bomb after the episode. Don't know if you saw it yesterday. What was his second bomb? Yeah, that was the dwarf that came back full of arrows. I was wrong. I thought all the companions of Galadriel and Elrond would die, but he survived. Vorohil is his name. He has no injuries. Maybe he's injured, but not just lightly. The music is pretty cool. Vorohil definitely feels the chanting here. Also like how he pulls up his sword. I have to admit, Gil-galad's sword looks kind of cool. It looks very fantasy, but I like that. Also the Vista there looks pretty awesome. The music is pretty cool. It's one of my favorite tracks. Evil cannot create anything new. They can only corrupt and ruin what good forces have intended or made. You mean in the making of, he says this at one point. Yeah, Imladris looked really awesome, I would agree. I can imagine that this is how Imladris might later look. Now I'm a bit sad that it's over, to be honest, chat. I can stop the timer. We have now the credits. I think we don't need to synchronize the credits. I remember when this quote was going around all the time. So I got this quote in the past multiple times, and I made one post where I kind of tried to see that, like, this quote is not from Tolkien though. It's not a quote. It's kind of made up by somebody. I think I found multiple sources for this quote. The shadow that bred them can only mock; it cannot make. Not real things of its own. I don't think it gave life to the orcs, it only ruined them and twisted them. And if they are to live at all, they have to live like other living creatures. That is from Lord of the Rings, the Tower of Kiris Ungol. Then in the Silmarillion, for orcs had life and multiplied after the manner of the children of Ilúvatar, and naught that had life of its own, nor the semblance of life, could ever Melkor make, since his rebellion in the Ainulindale before the beginning. So say the wise. Unfinished tales. Doubtless Morgoth, since he can make no living thing, bred orcs from various kinds of men, but the Druidine must have escaped his shadow, for their laughter and the laughter of orcs are as different as the light of Aman and the darkness of Angband. Morgoth's ring. Melkor could actually make nothing that had life, but could only corrupt what was already living. I think that's kind of the closest thing of the ruin or quote thing that is going on. The cycles should be linked to a majestic whole and yet leave scope for other minds and hands, that's what Corey Olsen often quotes, wielding paint and music and drama. That's kind of what I said. However, Tolkien also said in letter 131 in this context. The cycles should be linked to a majestic whole, and yet leave scope for other minds and hands, wielding paint and music and drama. There's also a very interesting quote, a good friend here of the, or long the user that long follows us also on the Discord, the Witch King, also posted recently from the letters of Tolkien. Will be a bit hard to find, to be honest, because I did not memorize how it was phrased. One moment, shit. I hope I find it. Of course, I think I did not save it. In the making of the notice, yeah, I heard that. I mean, the core of it is kind of true, but it's not a direct quote from Tolkien. I like, it's very, it's online quite a bit. Kind of spread. I forgot what it was phrased. Unfortunately, Witch King is not here anymore. Oh, you posted the hedgehog things. That's pretty nice. No, it's too long ago. I can't remember, man. So unfortunate. There was an interesting letter where it was about rights and money and something by Tolkien. Tolkien also kind of made clear, well, I also want to make some cash with this. Currently, I'm not paying too much attention to chat. I'm a bit sorry for that, but only a bit. Hedgehog. Eagle. Was he trolling the haters or just the show or just, I don't know, hard to tell. It's been so fun to hang out with you all, to watch discuss. I will miss this. Yeah, we will have normal law Q&A streams, so of course they are very boring in comparison. So there's that. Just kidding. I don't find it here, unfortunately. Was he trolling it? Hanging out with you guys here and chatting is the best part. Maybe we can get together here once in a few weeks and talk about whatever. So yeah, usually I do some law Q&A streams here on the channel. You maybe forgot that because after Elden Ring, the Elden Ring DLC came out, I was so busy with that I neglected my duty to make these Q&A streams here on the channel a little bit. But usually there are law Q&A streams here frequently that go around about 3-4 hours or something like that. I rarely go for 9 here because it's kind of exhausting to make streams that long. I think 3 to 4 hours is maybe a good length. I still don't understand why Sauron convinced the orcs to choose his side and betray Arda. I think the reason is, like, Gluk, for example, was not happy or didn't understand why Adar would take all these orcs in a senseless war and have them killed, attacking the stupid city they have nothing to do with, only because there's some rumor that Sauron lives there. And as a result, basically, in a strange, twisted way, Adar became like a Dark Lord, who also says, yeah, this will be your prophet and so on, promises something. The difference here is, though, that Adar actually cared about his children and knew they would be so much worse off when they would follow Sauron in comparison. So Sauron needs to be destroyed. His motive is so very different, which is kind of makes him kind of an interesting character, an interesting view in the show. And the orcs did not understand this, especially Gluk. He said, okay, can we just go retreat, go back to Mordor and say, well, we didn't get him, better luck next time, and live in peace. So the moment he finds Sauron, he thinks maybe Sauron is the better option. Or it makes no difference. Maybe Sauron will do things differently. He wanted a change in the leadership, so to say. And that is why he and maybe some other orcs who were on his side were listening to him. He asked Gluk his name. That's Gluk. That's true. It could also be that Sauron, as a powerful manipulating creature, also had some power over the orcs. Like in the First Age, Sauron controlled a lot of orcs. Tolkien even writes that it was Sauron that refined the orcs. Like, even though Morgoth originally had the idea, Sauron was the one who kind of perfected it. Rings of Power dialogue feels a bit like Elden Ring dialogues, no? The sitting ghosts in particular? I don't know. I don't remember the sitting ghost dialogue too well. At least this here is voiced, and Elden Ring's ghost dialogue is not voiced for some reason. I think they fought a war to destroy Sauron. Adar fought a war to destroy Sauron, but not all his orcs did. The orcs did fight a war for Adar, but not necessarily. I think they don't care about Sauron. Many of them didn't know or don't know Sauron or who Sauron was. Just asking which king now. If you can post me the quote. I forgot where I posted it. No, there were multiple orc names in the show. Like the name Gluck, I think he doesn't answer that his name is Gluck, I think. But there were multiple orc names in the show, to be fair. There was also multiple names. Gluck sounds like a somewhat plausible orc name, to be fair. I have to go into episode 7 though to find some more names. I didn't memorize them all. Most of them appear in the subtitles or in and so on. Zor, for example, was another name that appeared a few times. It was a guy with a cage and the catapult. There's Gluck. Na da, Elrond wurde hier, Gluck, Galadriel, blah 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 blah. Zor is here. There are a few more names, to be fair. Like I said, most of the orc names are then in X-ray or in the subtitles. She cheated with Sauron. No. Just no. The problem you asked for me. Let's go into the Ardor cache. Yeah, that was the thing. Just go through the episodes and click through X-ray. Maybe in the first episode where what's he called? The other dude. You know. Forward Wise Sauron, that's a funny name for it. Where is... Let me see, there is Sauron / Halbrand. There's Gluck, Adar, Aldrich, Old Prisoner. And there's only Gluck here in these scenes. I could swear there was like... There were not many orc names, to be fair. There was Gluck, Zor, and some other names. Like, I think three more names I noticed this. I mean, I don't remember which episode it was. I'm currently too lazy to go through all the episodes to answer your questions. Adar, Sauron, Gluck, Waldrick. No, I don't find it. Grishnak, something like that. Yeah, I think some name like that. Letter 202. Found the letter, by the way, that also Tolkien wrote. (202). So Tolkien, just to the idea of Tolkien opposing this, Tolkien agreed with Stanley Unwin, his book publisher, on the following policy that Tolkien writes to his son or to his children, basically, or in a letter. And talk about they have apparently toured America shooting mountain and desert scenes that seem to fit the story. The storyline or scenario was, however, on a lower level, in fact, bad. But it looks as if business might be done. Stanley Unwin and I have agreed on our policy, art or cash. Either very profitable terms indeed, or absolute author's veto on objectable features and alterations. So that was the policy of Tolkien himself in this regard. So either I get to say no what you do, or you pay me an immeasurable amount of cash. And that is what Amazon did. They said, well, we will change everything, but we pay you $250 million for it. And they say, well, be my guest. So much about the Tolkien will spin in his grave stuff and so on. No. Tolkien, I would assume Tolkien would also say, well, you gave me $250 million. Well, you can do whatever you want, I think Tolkien would say. I'm sitting in my pool and enjoying my retirement. Art or cash? Shout out to Witch King for posting that quote at some point. I need to put it in my notes here. Talking to the money, yes. I would have been okay with 100 million. I think Tolkien would have been also okay with 100 million, but to be fair, in the time this letter was written, this letter is from 57. So from this perspective, from 1957, 250 million would be, I don't know, far less in dollars, I think. Maybe somebody is very good at doing the inflation or calculating out the inflation that has happened in the meantime, and I think it would be far less. Still, it would be an absurd amount, so don't get me wrong. Yeah, I also hope the writers improve further. About 6-9, yeah, I mean, the other way around, basically. Like, how much 250 million today would how much be in 1957 terms? So I think divided by 70 or something, if that's a factor, roundabout. No, 17 wouldn't work, right? That would be a billions, would it be? 250. Well, there's inflation calculator online. I'm not sure how precise it is. But let's say it... Well, what is 100? Oh boy. That's factor 10 already. 30 is maybe a really good guess. Okay, it's round about $23 million in 1958. It would still be quite a bit. Hank is pretty close. 23 million in 1957 would be 247 million today. So the factor is quite massive. It's almost 10. Yeah, 200 million would be billions today. Like, that's an absurd amount of money. But I mean, 250 million today, how much would the equivalent in 1957 be? And the answer is 23 million, which is still quite a bit. It's also questionable, of course, if when you have this amount of money, if the inflation, you know, if you even can calculate it this way. Tolkien State can now afford typing services by the 10-fingered. I mean, 250 million back in the day would be an absolute massive amount, like a ridiculous amount. Like, amount so ridiculous, it would make Tolkien, I think, definitely one of the most wealthy persons on Earth, I think. They're more wealthy. It's kind of ridiculous that by now people are more wealthy than that. Did you see the calculation somebody did comparing them, how much gold Smaug had to how much money the rich people in America have? It was quite funny. I've not seen that, to be honest. What was the result, though? Do you remember? The estimated wealth of Smaug was 54 billion. It's quite little, to be honest. Comparing this to some of the richest people currently. Like Jeff Bezos has 208 billion. Like 4 times as he's like he could afford he could afford to buy out 3 Smaugs and have 1 Smaug left. Elon Musk sits at 262 billion. Well, I don't know on what number it is based. It might also have increased the wealth because it was a lot of gold and the gold price might have increased in, like, the post here on I found regarding this is from 6 years ago. It was even before the pandemic and stuff break out. It's from 2018, 2 years before the pandemic. So in the meantime, inflation went up quite a bit. So How big the mountain was, how much gold it can fit, yeah. Maybe it was not correct, it's just still absurd, to be fair. I don't want to discuss too much money here. Smaug did nothing wrong on his dwarf labor. Finders, keepers, dwarfs, weepers. Can we do polls on the favorite character by storyline? You mean yet in the Rings of Power show? Season 2? I promise we don't have enough votes for it, and I would have to... I'm too lazy to make all these votes, to be honest, though. Unfortunately, you are right, there are really just like 4 characters per storyline. Favorite character in Khazad Doom arc? Durin the Third. Maybe start with the protagonist, Durin the Fourth. Disa. Durin the Third. And Narvi. Did I forget anybody? I don't care. We only have 4 options. The bets. Yeah, okay, the bets. Maybe in another poll then. We can vote using Osanwe. But please people vote fast. We have a lot of polls to make for that to work. But it's a good idea. We will make, like, I plan to make another stream regarding the show, maybe next week. And in this stream, we will discuss things. What we usually do here on the stream. Maybe the season as a whole or something. Okay, the Balrog, I would not count as a character. I'm a bit surprised that currently Durin the Third is leading. Though I like Durin the Third, but I think I liked Durin the Fourth most. Navi also, Disa's also pretty awesome. Like, she's a very important character. Must be the hassle in the day, yeah, for sure. Okay, nobody's voting anymore. Baby Balrog. So during the third wins, during the fourth, I'm surprised by this result, to be honest. So I kind of like during the third as well, but I didn't understand his character in this season. Maybe I should have written in the season 2 arc. So this is only about season 2, right? Like in season 3 I also kind of liked him, but I felt like his character fell a bit apart in this season due to getting the ring and his character making no sense. It was just the other characters fighting the screenplay instead of interacting with him. As a result, I didn't like doing the third that much, so I'm a bit surprised by the outcome. I appreciate though that Disa and Narvi also got like some votes. In the Eregion arc, question mark, Klammern season 2. We have Celebrimbor. That's an interesting one. Anatar / Sauron. Spoiler! And Sauron. Who else? Mirdania. Is there another character I forgot in? Oh, now I can't see your answers anymore. Adar. Adar's maybe his own character. I mean, I could add Adar to this. Favorite character. Questions, where would I add Adar? Like in the Orc camp. Maybe we add Adar. Because I don't know where else to put him. It also makes the poll a bit more difficult for people to vote, I think, because they think, oh no, Celebrimbor, Adar, Anatar, that's a tough one. That would make no sense to put him, I don't know, in Galadriel's plot. Add none to a next vote. I only have 4 options. I can't add none. I would love to add more options, but I only have 4. So I'm very limited on that. I don't want to make 5,000 polls. So if you... Also, that makes... None makes no sense in my opinion. Like you that would mean you like all the characters the same. That I find interesting. Okay, Mirdania also got like a few votes where people say, well, I really like Mirdania as well. It was kind of clear that she had no chance, to be fair, but... The Fëanor statue. Yeah, that would also be a good contender. Wait a moment longer. Maybe somebody still hasn't decided yet. But that's your last chance, chat. Okay. It's official. Celebrimbor won. Very close. Anatar, very close. Celebrimbor was 36%. Anatar, 27. Ada, also 27. Medania, 9. Okay. Everything very close together. Here was very tough choice. Medania had no chance of... I think most people would say, yeah, Medania was an interesting addition to all of this. But, of course, against these heavyweights, she can't survive. Not big of a surprise. Favorite character in the... What other arc? Southland arc, maybe? That would be tough. There are a lot of characters, interestingly. Isildur, Arondir. Theo. Estrid. I have a tendency who might win that one. We exclude the Ents. Only one season. I exclude Hagen because I think he has said like 4 words, like 4 sentences in the whole show. Yeah, Bedek. I mean, we could exclude Theo and put Bedek in, but then Bedek would win. So Bedek is out. Like, Bedek would technically win the poll. But it would be interesting. Okay, maybe right, except Beric. It's not an elven tower, it's a forge. Why should their bow be in a forge that is about jewels missing? I mean, I agree it's nitpicky for sure, but I would have, like, my point is more like, it would be cool if one of the elven guards had a bow with him, and then you had an explanation where Celebrimbor had his bow from, or this bow from. We could also argue it's Celebrimbor's bow in his office. He likes archery. He shoots at people while he's at the tower drinking tea. He shoots at the people down or tries to hit the Fëanor statue with an arrow or something. It's his hobby. But it was never explained. It was a random loot drop. There's also a good explanation for that. Poor Rosemary can have a gay kiss, of course. Because people would simply lose it if this would be in the show, to be honest. It's very unfortunate for a lot of people who don't mind that. Nitpicking. Not to be confused with lockpicking, is the difference. But yeah. Love the image of Celebrimbor being a madman. Yeah, with his cup of tea in one hand. And he managed to use the bow with one arm while drinking tea with the other. And shooting arrows down at the Fëanor statue. He tried to shoot off the Silmarillion out of his hand. That was kind of his hobby. Yeah, there they lost it as well, but I think I could have imagined, like, it's the unfortunate times we still live in. I would have also thought that people got a bit more relaxed with stuff like that. But I think maybe the Tolkien adaptation is also not the ideal work to do something like that, to be fair. If you look at the stance of gay people when it comes to the Catholic Church, well, There is room for improvement, I guess. I mailed a bow to Anata. It was me, okay. Yeah, but the problem is, it takes them hours to get down from the tower, I think. Or up. Or down. Maybe only seconds. I don't know. And also, what would Sauron then say to Celebrimbor there in the tower? Celebrimbor, wait a moment. I'm going to torture you. I just need to get a bow. So I'm outside for a moment. I know you escaped before through the secret ventilation shaft or whatever. Don't do this again. I'm back in a moment. And then he goes down the stairs and Celebrimbor just waits. Like a bit of convenience, in my opinion, in this regard would have been cool. Okay, this poll is now on far too long. But yeah, Arondir wins, surprisingly. Not surprisingly. Actually, I thought Arondir or Isildur might make the race. I know that Theo is very unpopular. Though he at least got 1 vote, and Estrid got 0. People hate Estrid. I don't know why people hate her so much, but it seems like. But it's pretty cool that Arondir won, though, I have to admit. I also would have voted for Arondir, to be honest. I would be tough. I also really like Isildur, but Arondir was also pretty great. Did I forget anything in the Southlands? I don't think so, right? Oh god, Numenor. Can I even make a... There must be more than 4 characters in Numenor. So we need Medial. We have to. Nobody will vote. Oh god. How do we do this? We have Medial. We have Elendil. That's I think the 2 who will make the race. I mean, Farazon is also pretty. I really like the actor there as well. And also the question: do we take Earien or do we take Kemen? And what is with Lord Belsagar? Like, we have 2 more characters to fit in here. And maybe I forgot somebody, right? Belsagar. Valandil. Like, we could honor Valandil. You say Kemen. But nobody will vote Kemen because everybody hates Kemen. Though the actor is awesome, it's a character you're supposed to hate. Okay. Who is your favorite good character in the Numenor arc? Okay, my poll here. Okay, we do good characters. Valandil. Is Earien a good character still? My problem is a bit like Earien. The priest. Yeah, maybe the priest. Wait, let me count through. We have Farazon, Belsagar, Kemen. And then maybe Earien. Is there another bad character? Farazon, Belsagar, Kemen. Who else is bad and important for the story? Belsagar, Farazon. I think that's all. Valandil. So that makes the high priest then. Did I forget anybody, chat? Medial, Elendil, high priest, Valandil. Okay, that's probably an interesting poll. I'm very curious who might win. Like, I think Elendil might win because people like Elendil. Valandil, I would vote for Valandil because I'm very sad that he's not in the show anymore. That he got unfortunately deleted. You have to, Sean, you have to see it from this perspective. From these 3 characters that you can choose from, what is your favorite? It doesn't matter if you like none of them. Then tell me who you like, who you dislike the least. Or just don't vote. That's also an option. The guy whose job got stolen. Yeah, that is true. Some of the season 1 guys are not there anymore. High Priest for the win. I have to admit, I thought Medial would get a bit more votes because I really like Medial, to be honest. I guess Elendil is also kind of a fan favorite. The blonde with the big knockers. So you should vote the High Priest then. I also wrote priest wrong, but whatever. Miriel's name? Tar Miriel? Yes, Tar Miriel is in the book. Elendil is in the book. Valandil is the last son of, or the surviving son of Isildur. So the name is also from the book, but this Valandil, of course, does not exist. The High Priest, I think, not sure if there is a High Priest mentioning or so, but probably not. She is the cousin of Pharazôn. I think you have enough time, chat, to vote. Maybe I put the wrong name. Yeah, there is also a king in Andunia that is called Valandil. Forgot about him, to be honest. Oh, show made me almost smash my computer. That's of course unfortunate, I think, but... Yeah, that's also Belzagar, I know, that is, forgot his name. Tar Kali something. Tar Kalmakil. He later called himself Belzagar. Okay, we end the poll here, chat. Welcome back, Chris. Yeah, well, thank you. I'm here again. Sorry, Travis, but nice to see you. So we're currently voting who is the favorite character of each story arc. Elendil won the Numenorian one, 60%. Nothing really changed. Medial 20, Valandil 20, High Priest 0. I mean, he said also literally 3 sentences in the show, so I can kind of understand that. Favorite evil character? Antagonistic maybe is better. Is this even a word? I'm not sure. Favorite antagonistic character in the Numenorian arc. I have an idea who might win that. Farazon, Kemen, Belzagar. Can we put Earien here as well? Though I'm not sure if Earien would count as an evil or antagonistic character, to be honest, but I don't know where to put her else. What are the people called who are not faithful? It's usually Kingsmen. Maybe they are called the Loyal or something like that in the show sometimes as well. Loyal to the king. I assume they will later be called Kingsmen. Middle-earth forgets about the Balrog. Yeah, they for sure will forget about the Balrog. Not voting for evil people. That's why I said antagonistic character. Favorite antagonistic character. I did not expect that Kemen is so close to Farazon, to be honest. But I mean, as in the context of evil people or antagonistic character. Most evil people in the show are the writers. Not sure if they are evil. I would just say they are, yeah, I don't know, still on a path of learning. Interestingly, Celebrimbor won against Sauron, so in the Numenorian arc. Simon Dorn might be evil. I'm not sure if he's evil. Let me just read you the quote from Tolkien again. Every time somebody says a writer or Simon Tolkien or whoever is evil, they have apparently toured America shooting mountain and desert scenes that seemed to fit the story. The storyline or scenario was, however, on a lower level, in fact bad. But it looks as if business might be done. Stanley Unwin and I have agreed on our policy. Art or cash. Either very profitable terms indeed, or absolute author's veto on objectionable features and alterations. That's what Tolkien says to the stance. It's a fantastic quote. I will read it now every stream when I hear stuff like that. He got paid $250 million. He's compensated. He might say whatever fits the show. I said, yeah, they gave me $250 million. I'm completely unbiased here saying anything about the show. And it's not only that they got $250 million, they get $250 million and a veto right as well. It's just the best deal ever. Just imagine you wrote a story and you get $250 million for making a show out of it. And not only that, you can also say, no, I don't like that in the script. Change that. And they have to do this. Like, come on, it's the best deal in the universe. Okay, 3 minutes are over. Farazon in the lead. Kemen slightly behind. Belzagar 8. Earien 8. And those people have to do nothing for these $250 million. They don't have to get up every day in 4 in the morning and going to work. I don't know, going through traffic and stuff. They just have to put a sign on a contract to get this amount of cash. And they still get to veto stuff. It's just an amazing deal. So I think it's a very generous deal that they got there. Okay, chat. Let us end the poll. 46% voted Farazon. That's not a surprise in my opinion. Kemen 38. I'm kind of surprised he came this high in the list, to be honest. Eärien, because Eärien is not really evil, so I can see that she falls a bit off. I would have thought that Belzegar would do a bit better, because he's also such an unlikable character. Eärien is kind of a strange character. She's a bit... Is she now evil? Is she... Or evil is the wrong word, but is she now an antagonist? Or is she kind of not? Will she find back her ways, maybe also to the faithful at some point? Or will she, I don't know, fall into darkness? Hard to tell. Still an interesting character, but I think she's a bit difficult to put in the show. Every time I will point out that I would have to work full-time since the last Ice Age until today for that money. Remember early 2000s, Germany had a tax reduction on movie sponsoring. Hollywood called it stupid German money. A lot of shit movies with that, yeah. Oh god, Rune now, yeah. Rune is also difficult to do, actually. Who is your favorite character in the Rune arc? Rune, always hard to say. The G. Nori. The problem is there are not enough antagonists. Nori, Poppy, Tom Bombadil. Let's say favorite main character in the Rune part. Maybe make another one for side characters or something. Tom Bombadil is also not a main character, to be fair, but let's put him here in the list as well as like the most important characters, and then we do... Or shall we do... I'm not sure. Shall I do the dark with it? I don't know. It's a bit difficult to split this up because there are a few side characters that are... I would also put the dark with it there somewhere. But I think Tom Bombadil has the best chance to... to compete with the others. They also complete the vote. So Farazon 46%, Kemen 38%, Belzagar 7%, Eärien also 7%. Hobbit Sip Rabbit from Spirit Beings. Yeah, you could do that. It's that way, maybe. I think this makes most sense. Like these are potentially the most popular characters where it's a bit difficult to find a vote, in my opinion. Not sure if it's... I'm not sure why I called him the G, to be honest, but yeah, it's Gandalf. G is for Gandalf. The Gandalf, the Grand Elf, the Gand Elf. Maybe that's what I should have write the Gand Elf. Bezos does it as a text writer. I could be right, to be honest. That's funny. I heard an interview with Daniel Wayman today. He at times suspected he would be Saruman eventually, but he's happy with how it is, how it goes. Yeah, I think that's a pretty cool role to play, and I think I can totally see him as Gandalf. So I don't mind that. How arrived at that name at the end? I mean, when they called him Grandalf, he had no staff yet. Then he found his staff, and then he became from Grunt Elf to Gund Elf, or Gandalf then. And then they mentioned the name Gund. Oh, you need to find a Gund. A staff. Gand, however it's pronounced. Something like that. Yeah, but they, like I said, his name is not Grandalf, his name is Gandalf. And he has a Gund now. Not to be confused with my Counter-Strike name, Gandalf, with G-U-N. It's a different thing. It was interesting, didn't know the addition. Can we talk a bit about Gandalf and maybe Saruman? In the show or in general? That's what they will call me, as if he's some level of foresight. Yeah, maybe. In the show? We can, but what else is there to discuss? Like, I would have hoped he's a blue wizard, to be honest. He's not. Well, the stranger is popular, interestingly. Even though it's Gandalf, people like the stranger. I would have thought that Nori and Poppy did a bit better, but the stranger is at 57%. Nori and Poppy only at 14%, and Tom Bombadil also at 14%. I thought it would be a bit closer, to be honest. So people seem to like Gandalf. No, Gandalf is Old Norse and means stick elf or walking stick elf, something like that. The actor of New Gandalf is awesome. Yeah, I would agree, he's awesome. Maybe Saruman called him dear friend. Yeah, but in theory he could be friends with a lot, and he was not really friends with Saruman, to be honest. And also Saruman was the leader, and Gandalf had to be convinced to go to Middle-earth. So maybe he convinced later one of the blue wizards to come. And in case of Radagast, Yavanna had to convince Saruman to take Radagast with him. And it also, the dark wizard doesn't look like Radagast. He's not he doesn't look like a Maya of Yavanna. There's not even an elven translation for Gandalf. They call him Grey Cloak. Yeah, that is true. Because they don't think he looks like an elf, I think. They call him Mithrandir and stuff. Yeah, like a manipulation. I mean, of course, there are some quotes. It's also Peter Jackson. One of my favorite Peter Jackson Gandalf quotes is, "Tell me, Saruman, old friend." Or "Tell me, old friend." Something like this he says, I think, to Saruman. When did Saruman the Wise abandon reason for madness? And then, it starts. Attack with a gold berry. It's a good prediction, but I don't think so. There is a poll through, right? I have to make another poll. Start another poll. Who is your favorite side character of Rune? People... I thought there was a poll still already going on. No. Dark Wizard. Gundabale. Merrimack. Is there another character in the Rune arc? Maybe say the Gaudrim. or whatever they spelled. Merrimack, Gundabale, Dark with it. I think that's it. Or shall we do, instead of Gaudium, Feminem? Maybe we do Feminem instead. Like the Gaudium also have like, you get Brang. To be fair, I think the Gaudium had more lines. But I don't think they have a chance anyway to win this poll. I would vote for Gundabale actually. I really liked Gundabale. I also think Feminem is more potentially popular. Now I'm a bit sad that I didn't include the Gaudium. The Smurfs. Now we need... I would... Lindon... I think we make Lindon next then. Adar we already had. So I make Galadriel, Gil-galad, Elrond, Círdan. The Elven crew. The Elven gang, basically. Did I forget anybody? With Gundabale, I kept thinking of Gundabad. Yeah, her name is slightly strange, I agree. Okay, I did not expect that Feminem is more popular than Gundabale. Come on, chat. She had not even a line in this whole story, I think. Maybe one. And you don't have to type it, you just have to click on it, so... They're all so bad, come on. Gundabale was awesome. Also like Feminem, don't get me wrong, but... Merrimack is nobody, yes. The Odysseus of the Shire. Yeah, the results are really a bit strange, to be honest. Okay, chat, you had your chance to vote. It's funny, I can do this twice. That's actually funny. 38%. There's like a bug in the thing that I abused to make this appear twice. I just was curious what will happen. Moon Arc Season, blah blah blah. Dark Wizard 38%. Winner. Feminem 30%, Gundabale 23%, Medimax 7%. Okay, I do the same poll again, chat, because this can't be. We exclude Feminem this time. Side character. Very, very fast vote, chat. Dark Wizard. Gundabale. Medimax. And last we take Gaudium leader. I just write Gaudium. These trackers on the horse. So now we exclude Feminem from the vote. I'm just curious if this how the results might change. My hope is that Gundabale gets more votes now. I thought the well in the rune was impressive with a bell. Yeah. Now Gunda Bale is 64%. I knew it! Gunda Bale is the leader of the Stuars. I'll show you the image of her in a moment. Only my hard drive needs to wake up. That is Gunda Bale. I was joking about the well. So it seems like Feminem stole the show of Gunda Bale. I did not expect that coming, to be honest. Though I appreciate that Feminem was back. And also, Bridie Sisson, I think, is the actress name of Feminem. She was also an orc female and so on. She appeared here and there in the show again under other acting or portraying other roles. Gund means cave, like in Felagund. It's actually an interesting observation. Yeah, that's actually not bad. Never noticed. She's called also the Gund. It's not Sindarin, but rather Sindarinized Kuzdul von Felaggundu. The name was elderized by others as Felagon. Interesting. Okay, we end the poll chat. I hope you had enough time to click on anything. Finally, Gunda Bale gets justice here. So 53% said Gunda Bale, Dark Wizard 38%, Merrimack 7%, the Gaudrim. There were these trackers with these masks. Maybe I meant the leader. I let this kind of open. But yeah, one of those. 0%. Okay, next. I think it's the last poll. Then I have all the arcs through. Did I forget an arc? I think not. So next is favorite character. In the Linden arc, I call it, because there are also in other arcs, but just to get. So we have Galadriel, we have Elrond, MVP. I think Galad was quite a bit more bearable this, and we have Círdan. Okay, maybe I removed the MVP from Elrond. That will be tough. Though I would vote for Elrond as well, so it's kind of obvious that Elrond wins. It's not even a second thought there. I would be disappointed, in chat especially, if Elrond doesn't win. No, it doesn't matter. Just vote whatever you think, but I think Círdan is also quite popular, I think. I like Círdan a lot too. But also Gil-galad got better. Especially against the end. Never trust statistics you did not falsify yourself, etc. Gaudrim sounds like mean Dutch people. It's actually funny. Yeah, they did not obliterate Círdan. They just removed his beard, which is kind of sacrilegious. Sacrilege? Whatever it pronounces in English. Ein Sakrileg. Gil-galad won me over the way he criticizes Galadriel is hilarious, and he was regal throughout, yeah. So I'm kind of happy to see that also Galadriel got quite a few votes here. I think Galadriel this season was not even close to being as annoying as she was last season. She was not smart, unfortunately, in this season. That's kind of like telling Adar everything for free. In the meantime, I look up how this is pronounced. Sacrilegious. Sacrilege. Okay. The cage. Rian would be also. They can maybe make a companion vote. I also liked Rian. Wish they did a bit more with these characters, to be honest. There are so little characters in the show. There are a lot of characters because there's so many arcs, but in each arc feels a bit empty when it comes to characters. Okay, you had your time, chat. 33% Galadriel, 33% Elrond. I'm a bit surprised that Galadriel and Elrond are on the same level. In German we would say, ich prangere das an. I verurteile da. Was sagt man in English? What do we say in English? I condemn this. Something like that. Thank you. Well, only 15 votes. Yeah, we don't have that many viewers, and some viewers don't vote because they're maybe just lurking in the background doing other stuff. I could watch Galadriel all day, but Elrond's character had more substance. Yeah, definitely. Elrond was a fantastic character. I just hoped he would have won, to be honest, with the huge margin, like 80% or something goes for Elrond, of course. The rest is Círdan, and the others get maybe one vote for out of, you know, Höflichkeit. Politeness, yeah, something like that. But yeah, Gigalad got also better definitely this season. It may be difficult to compete, but it seems, yeah, protagonists are quite there. I'm actually really surprised that Galadriel got even close to Elrond, if I'm honest. No. Like, Círdan is also a character I found cool, so he's an interesting choice to add to this vote here. I just was surprised that Feminem gets like 27% in the other vote. She had like 3, like, I'm not even sure if she said something. I just have a big crush on Morvis Clark as Galadriel. Gundur's Khuzdur Hewer in Felagund. Cave Hewer with Khuzdur Fela Cave. Yeah, but it could be a reference. It's kind of interesting, Travis. I also looked, it was like a Khuzdur, cinderized Khuzdur version. Yeah, it was like 2 to 3 sentences. It was like Darth Maul in Star Wars Episode 1. He also had like, yes, master. He said like, I don't know, 20 words or so, but it was kind of popular because of his cool fighting style and so on. And this cool fighting style got really, in the Star Wars universe, popular in a way that every game and everything that came out had to include these what do you call this, dual saber? Double-ended lightsaber, yeah, whatever this was the term for it is. But he made it very popular. I think it existed before, like in the expanded universe. I think Exar Kun or whatever this guy was called also had a double-ended lightsaber, whatever it's called. Yeah, but I think they don't have enough rights, maybe to make much out of Finrod. They've cheated more at the higher ground. But yeah, is there an arc or other characters we are still missing in the show that we haven't voted for? I think we got everybody, right? I mean, there are some side characters that are not that important or so. Sometimes difficult to include those. We have the 3 commanders of the west, the south, and the east in Lindon, for example, but whatever. We could list the orcs, but problem is I only know Zor and Gluk. I don't forgot. Yeah, Waldrick was there at the beginning, but it was just 1 episode. I think if I just ask for a Mordor and so on, Waldrick would win anyway. If we exclude Adar. If we put in Adar would win by a landslide. Could maybe ask Galadriel or Elrond, like from the protagonist characters of the elves. This may be an interesting one. I'm surprised it's still 50-50. Shadow's not very decisive. I think it's not unusual that Finrod. And considering how many complaints I often have to read about Galadriel, I'm really surprised that she's currently leading the poll here. If I'm completely honest. Seems like last episode kind of redeemed her completely in a way. Especially let's forget about her telling him, yeah, by the way, there are 3 rings, Sauron is Halbrand, and also Elrond has the ring, and he's going to go to defend the city wall there. Are we now best friends? And Adar no. And he said, oh. That was not a cool move by Galadriel, to be honest. People voting for Galadriel because they want access to the secret dwarven tunnel. Yeah, that is maybe the main reason. We talked about undermining the walls of Eregion last episode. How does it make sense that Raringer passes through muddy riverbed? At least they put some planks on the ground to get him over it. So yeah, it makes very little sense. The whole fight makes very little sense, to be honest. But at least they put the effort in, say, well, the orcs have to build this little plank street over the mud for it to maybe not get stuck. So that's at least a little effort that they put in visualizing this. It also has 4-wheel drive. Yeah, that's also helping them a lot. Still 50-50. I can't believe that, chat. I wouldn't say I'm disappointed, but I'm kind of am. Let's hope for Elrond win in a landslide. Is that too much to ask for, chat? Every time somebody votes, somebody other just tries to even it out. It's kind of funny. No, it was even out. It was evened out again. Never mind. Well, we're in the poll here. I personally can't vote myself, so I would vote for Elrond. As a result, he would have won then with 1 vote. And my vote counts twice as a host here, so of course he would have won by 2 votes actually, but well, there's that. Just kidding. But whatever. I have an interesting idea for another vote though. Let me just set up the vote really quick. I'm very curious what you people will vote here. So 50-50 for Galadriel and Elrond, which still surprises me, to be honest. So I like Galadriel a bit better than Season 1 for sure. I forgot Durin's brother, but I don't know how he's called, so... I don't know much about Durin's brother, though. So the vote is, what new character do you want to see in the show in Season 3 and beyond, I guess? Glorfindel, Celeborn, Anarion, Witch King. I thought these might be the interesting options. We know Anarion will potentially appear next season. Maybe the Witch King in some shape or form could also appear next season, depending on who gets the 9 rings, but it is possible and likely. Glorfindel, I think, wasn't it? And Celeborn are also kind of rumored to appear at one point, so that might also happen. I mean, if the explanation is why Celeborn is not in the show because they can't write romances, and they have so much self-reflection to say, no, we can't do this then, and they would just not include him, okay, I would be actually okay with this explanation, to be honest. I'm a bit surprised that Anarion is so low. I thought, because he will definitely be the next season, so maybe the anticipation of Anarion knowing that he will be there. Maybe I should say, what new character do you want to see in the show the most in Season 3 and beyond? I would say it's too early for the Nazgul Witch King, but it's not too early for the human Witch King. You know what I mean? Because Sauron has to give out these rings. I don't think Sauron will sit a whole season on the 9 rings and do nothing with them. I also don't know why. I think Witch King is spelled with 2 words, right? I always spell them in 1 word. I don't know why. Witch King is Theo. I have foreseen it. Okay. But still. We're all defensively voting to keep our favorites out. That's funny. Also, yeah, it's beyond, then also Witch King. The plus means season 3 beyond. But I think we will also see like the human version of the Witch King maybe next season. I could imagine that. The rise of the Nazgul might be a topic for season 4 or something. Season 5, who knows. But the married couple, Durin and Disa, is very popular, so I don't think that makes a sense about wanting to write romance or a couple. Yeah, that's true, I guess. So yeah, Glorfindel, Celeborn, 33%. Witch King, 25. Anarion, only 8. Interesting. Next interesting poll. That's an interesting one. I mean, I should have added an option. No, you have to decide. I always think a poll is more interesting if you have to actually decide for one choice. Even though we could say, I like both the same or whatever. So, what season did you like the most? Season 1 or season 2? What's your favorite season, basically? Or what season do you like more? I'm a scared cat. I'm very curious how they portray the Nazgul. I mean, in theory, it's not that difficult. Just set a dark cloaked dude on a horse and make weird noises, and it's basically it. No option for that. Like I said, I think it's more interesting to force people to make a decision in a poll than to say, oh, we don't care. Like with the option, I don't care, I can do nothing. Like I'm interested to learn what did you like more. So for the option, what you like more, it is quite a bit more interesting to see. Like if I would say neither, then we would have 50-50 neither or season 2 or whatever. That makes not a really difference for me. Actually, we could see Isengard. No, just don't know why they would show it. Yeah, was Isengard not built by the? I'm not sure if it was built by Numenor. I think it was built by the Gondorians when in exile, or the Numenorians in exile. Angrenost. However, it must have been built between Second Age 3300. Uh-oh, my stream is kicking out or something. Okay, I should be back. I think the stream just cut out for a moment or something. The Barrow Whites were so creepy, I expect the Nazgûl to look even more creepy. Yeah, for sure. Well, usually we have like 12 to 15 votes, so currently I have 10 votes. That would mean 2 to 5 people did not vote and would then say neither. It's interesting that nobody voted season 1 though. that's kind of fascinating for me. Okay. The Blue Mountain Dwarfs making demands is very problematic. Do they have Palantirs? Can they teleport? Why pay in advance? Did they taste the power of the rings? Good point. But the writers will not explain this anyway, so it doesn't make sense to think too much about it, I guess. I would have been shocked if anybody voted for season 1. I'm actually shocked that Elrond didn't win the Galadriel versus Elrond vote, to be honest. So yeah, it seems though that most people agree that season 2 is actually an improvement over season 1. We have 11 votes now for it, so maybe 3 people withhold their vote or something like that. They can teleport. For every character in this show can. So we have 100% votes for season 2, literally zero votes for season 1. That's kind of funny. And some people said, like 3 people maybe would have said none of those. He's a bit too perfect. Yeah, maybe. But it's Elrond. Still, people liked him though quite a bit. I mean, I also like Galadriel in this season, so can kind of understand this. Some of her moves are not that smart, though. let's be real there, but whatever. I'm still surprised that Feminem got 30% of the votes. Okay, chat. Is there anything we missed here in the stream? Is there anything in this final conclusion thing? I mean, this would have been also great to do like next stream when we make another conclusion of the season or something. I don't know yet. I will see what will come out of this. But I still found it very interesting. They overdid it with the character flaws in season 1, but makes her more interesting. Galadriel makes some mistakes. Yeah, for sure. That's definitely true. I would rate season 1 4 out of 10, season 2 6 out of 10. Okay. Yeah, I can relate to that. So we can definitely see an improvement. And that seems to be a thing that a lot of people here would agree on, which I find very interesting. We have another interesting question. Yeah, the people also get the I don't care poll option. Speaking of, we can switch here the image for a moment. What was Elendil accusing Pharazôn of? Why does he think he's a traitor? Because he was overthrowing the rightful queen of Numenor. And usually, if you think your king should be king, and then comes somebody and usurps your king for his own power gain, or whatever reason, then yeah, from your perspective, that person would be a traitor. Depends a bit on if the new king can establish himself. I hope we get a reverse Game of Thrones where each season is better than the last. It would be funny. I like Tom Bombadil himself, but I didn't like. I didn't think it made sense to add him narrative-wise. Okay. Tom Bombadil wasn't included in most Lord of the Rings adaptations for a reason. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I phased out a bit of the Numenorian plot. Well, I don't blame you. It was a dumpster fire nonetheless. So yeah, very interesting to see now that the season has concluded. It seems overall people agree on it got better. Oh, Tremoxa, welcome. We finished the watch party for quite some time now. Currently we're making stupid polls and asking people questions, and they have to answer. Currently the question is, in the end, I mistyped as a typo, did you like how they added Tom Bombadil to the story? Yes, no, I don't care. Currently, no is in the lead, so quite a few people still said yes. I was a bit surprised by that because I know when I covered the first appearance of him, there was quite a bit of criticism in the comments and in the chat. But I was kind of okay with it, but for sure, as somebody wrote in chat, it was more for the hype value, like Oakenbird wrote this. Yeah, it was nice to have Tom and not do much checks with the character. Yeah, Great polls. I have one more that I could ask you people. Before I close this poll, I have another idea. The results are, in the end, did you like the added Tom Bombadil the story? 58%, almost 60% said no. 33% say yes. And I don't care, 8%. Maybe I should click on poll first. Yes, no, same as before. I don't care. I think yes, wait, same as before is... So no, the answer no in this poll means, I should have written this there, means he became less likable. So yes is he becomes more likable, no is he became even less likable, same as before, I don't care. That are the options. Just to explain this. No means likable as before. Just to avoid confusion here. Any speculation on what Nazgul will do in the series? No, I have no idea. The Nazgul existed, they first appear in the Second Age. I think the Nazgul will run the show on Middle-earth for the antagonists when Sauron is in Numenor. And that, I think, is the purpose of the Nazgul. That would be my prediction right now. I think Sauron goes over to Numenor, and then the Nazgul do orc stuff and annoy the free peoples in Middle-earth in the meantime. And they come up with creative ways how the Nazgul annoy people. Maybe attack with some orcs here and there. Revolverator, thank you for tuning in. I need to go to sleep. Thanks again, Chris, by chat. Yeah, thank you for joining and participating here. Have a good night. Sleep well, man. Welcome, Marley, to Nuviel. How did Galadriel survive the fall? At first, I was thinking there was a river there. She's immortal now. Well, she was, like, elves are always immortal, though. But yeah, I think she survived that due to plot armor, mainly. She has really good plot armor. I don't know, to be honest. I think the problem is the cliff is just ridiculously high. Like, it's 40 meters or something. Even for an elf, that would be really high to fall down. Especially if there's, like, no water. The ground down there was relatively soft, to be fair. She fell into a tree that maybe also reduced her falling speed a little bit. But on paper, her body should be shattered to pieces when colliding there with the ground. So from now on, with 2 rings of power, you can heal any injury, basically. And of course, elves are lighter and so on and so forth, and more powerful than humans in comparison. But I think even from that perspective, that cliff was like, I don't know, very high. I think Gil-galad's character was utilized more. I would also agree. Like, they did more with Gil-galad this season, and this worked better instead of just scheming behind the back of Elrond or something. Now that he had, like, his task basically in season 1 was to kind of find a way that the elves can stay in Middle-earth. They could. We see this at the beginning of season 2. And then he became a bit more relaxed. I need to get me some of that plot armor, yeah. I wish Gil-galad had more appearances in the siege. Yeah, maybe. So, people answered to the question, would you say Gil-galad became more likable, became a more likable character in season 2? Yes, said 57%. I don't care, said 21%. 14 say no, he became even less likable. And same as before, 7%. So it seems like most people say that their relationship would say became more likable, and our relationship as viewers to Gil-galad became better. So very interesting. He was there, what, for 2 scenes? Yeah, it was really a few scenes. The problem is, in the meantime, I did not think about another poll, but I think that was kind of interesting to see the results here, what chat is thinking. The writers did a better job. I'm not sure if that is like we had before you joined. I think we had the question. What rings of power season did you like most? Season 2 or season 1? And it was 100% votes was season 2. Like, nobody voted season 1. So I would say yes, they did a better job this season than before. Though maybe you could argue the question is still a bit different from that question. Because there were also other improvements beyond the writing. Favorite beast of this season? Well, okay, that's maybe also an interesting vote. That's wrong. Favorite beast of season 2. Sea monster. Sea worm, I think they call him. What other monsters did we have? Does this include the Ents? Nameless thing. Damrod. Yeah, the Damrod is a good one. Nameless thing. Supper. Is he a beast? Yeah, maybe. You could argue he's in character, but let's count him, because else I can't think of that many beasts that appeared. The eagles. Yeah, the eagles, I guess. What was the Ents? The mouse? The mouse is an actor, same as Bedek. Yeah, Damrod is a troll. Oh, the Barrow Whites. Yeah, I think the Barrow Whites would be better than the Eagles, to be honest. The Walk was in previous a Spider, Shelob, okay. I only have 4 options. Here it would be great to have 5 or 6 or something. Seaworm, Nameless Thing. We could remove the Nameless Thing. Damrod in comparison had a bigger role as a troll. Baby Shelob would be interesting. Okay, we'll make it different. I have to do 2 polls then, chat. Seaworm, Nameless Thing. Shelob / Spider. Damrod I put in a different poll. Eagle maybe. Oh, it's troll. No, we take the Walk. We take the Walk instead of the Eagle. Shelob / Spiders. C1, Nameless Things up a Walk. We make it like this. We make another poll with the more important beasts in the show. To be fair, you could argue Shelob would also belong to that category, but it was just a very short moment she appeared. So I think she might fit this category here as well. Okay, Walk has the most votes. I did not expect that the Nameless Things would do that well. I guess Shelob was very scary for a lot of people, so hard to call. Like spiders are always very effective at being creepy, unpleasant. Walk was satisfying, yeah. That was a cool scene, to be honest. I still give you some time to vote, chat. I'll have to see Sauron speak his own conlang, constructed language. It's funny. It's a funny way to describe black speech, but it's actually true. It's a conlang. Constructed languages, like Sindarin, Quenya, also constructed languages. So a language that the linguists or somebody who is into con languages makes up basically and tries to create a language system. In a way, Sauron created this language also to be spoken in Mordor for his orcs and so on. So it's also inside the world a con language if you think about it. Esperanto, yeah, exactly. Okay, chat. I think you had enough time to vote. I think you won't beat the walk anyway. So the walk won with 36%. Nameless thing in the swamp, 27. So people liked it. I also thought the nameless thing design in the swamp was very cool. Seaworm, 18%. And Shelob also 18. So it wasn't Black Speech by... I'm not sure actually what the inspiration was. Favorite beast, creature, entity, bigger role in season 2. Yeah, we just say entity. So we had Damrod. We had what were the other entities, chat? I forgot. Even the Barrow Wilds. Eminem Girl. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Eagle. No, the eagle had not a big role, to be honest. But I didn't have space to include him in the other list, so we include him here. Balrog. The Balrog would be interesting to include, I think. What other things should I include, chat? The Ents? Should I include Ents and should I exclude the eagle and make Ents and Balrog? Or shall I include eagle and Balrog? Or eagle and Ents? There are too many creatures in the show. The goat dog. I can make a poll after that for pets or animals. Yarvin the goat, yeah. The pun writes itself. Maybe we exclude the eagle. Because the eagle had not a big role. It was just there once, sought for confusion, went away. Bear Whites ends. Balrog. Maybe make it like this. Oh, I forgot something, but I have to come to a conclusion here, chat. Chivildo, a black cat that he strokes. Yeah, that would be funny. Okay, I'm a bit disappointed that Damrod currently sits on 0 votes. Yeah, the eagle was more symbolic, yeah. And best was supposed to be beast, creature, entity. favorite kiss. No. I mean, Damrod looked cool and so on, but I also hoped there was more going on for Damrod. Like, he would have a bigger role. Yeah, but I hoped he would be not a bigger troll, but had a bigger role in the show. And I guess that is where a big amount of the CGI budget just went into. This scenes just ate the budget quite a bit for sure. I also like the laughter when he died. It was like these trolls, you could argue, are some weird creatures transformed, possessed by an evil spirit, and he's laughing when he dies. That was kind of funny. Not funny, but interesting idea to portray this death scene. Some found it strange, but difficult to express, I guess. I like the voice of Damrod. That was done pretty well, in my opinion. How do trolls procreate? I never understood. I don't know as well, chat. Maybe they lay eggs. Yeah, songs would also be interesting. I don't know the score or the songs or tracks of the soundtrack, but I don't know that there are too many options simply. If you mean singing, with more screen time, Damrod could have been my number one. Yeah, for sure. I would say we end the poll, and maybe we do pets next. So, favorite beast creature entity with a bigger role in season 2 was Ents on place 1, definitely bigger role. Barrow Whites, place 2. Also thought they were cool, though I felt like the choreography felt a bit stiff. Balrog was also, I didn't like that they included him, to be honest, but it looked cool. So, had a cool scene that was nice. Damrod, though, people were mostly disappointed a bit by it. I mean, they teased him with his own song and this metal band singer singing it and whatnot. There was some promotion and it was big and it was a lot of effort put into him, but then he died rather quick and had very little impact on everything. So it was a bit overhyped, I think, that he was not the hype, even though he was big, the hype he got was bigger than his role basically. Okay, favorite pet animal / pet. Goat dog. I don't have enough options again. Okay, so favorite favorite animal pet thing in season 2. It's season 2, I should maybe also added that. But goat dog / other dogs. Then we have the turtle / however it's pronounced. Tortoise, okay. Tortoise. Mr. Mouse, also like that a bit. Because that's where Celebrimbor found out that he's in a illusion, trapped in illusion. And Yarwine the goat. Pun intended. The little cute goat. There were maybe more pets. The store village, yes. I have to make the image brighter for this to even be seeable, but here was the little turtle eating a bit of cabbage. What kind of cute, I have to admit. Yeah, Berek would have won the best actor in the Southland story arc. Turtles live in the sea, tortoise on land. But this looks like a sea turtle, to be honest, so it makes no sense that it lives in the desert, I guess, but... Because the front feet look like fins, you know what I mean? Or maybe I'm seeing this wrong. Wasn't Yarwine a lamp? Yes. I think that's technically correct, but it's the greatest of all time. So it's a goat. Exactly, I think lateral limbs for swimming. So this might be a turtle. A flatter body. I don't know. I have no idea about these animals. Don't ask me. But for example, there are the ninja turtles, and they also live on land though. But they are also called turtles. So I think that's not 100% clear. I'm surprised though that Mr. Mouse wins here. I thought the Yarwine would win, or maybe the goat dog. For me, snails and slugs are also the same. Okay. Yeah, in Germany I would also call it Schildkröte. Snails have a shell, okay. So they like oil. Because a mouse is a goat. Okay, I think you had enough time for this one. Mr. Mouse wins with 45%. The goat dog, 27. Yarwine, the goat, The lamp 18%, the turtle only 9%. No, next vote. I forgot a letter in the Southland in season 2. What do you think about elven pets? Well, you could argue that Huan was also kind of a pet, so I mean, he had a function, of course, but yeah, why not? The Noldor were not so close to nature compared to the Wood Elves, for example, so for an Noldor I could imagine that might be something. You must be sad for them because it must seem like they die so soon. Yeah, that's actually a good point. One was at least potentially. Maybe having birds, yeah. It's kind of interesting that it's a race between Berek and Arondir. Okay, now all are on the same level. I like that, to be honest. I like that Theo just gets 0. I also like the actor of Theo, to be honest. I know he's not that popular, but I mean, he plays a teenager. They are sometimes a bit strange. In fact, the elves should have tortoises, because they live super long. Okay, yeah, makes sense. I think birds also can live quite long. Aren't there some bird types that also live very, very long? I actually, with this more fun thing, I would have thought that Berek wins in a landslide, to be honest. But to be fair, Arondir's actor is pretty awesome, so I don't mind that. Yeah, parrots, exactly. That were the birds, right? They have a very long lifespan. Okay, Arondir seems to be still in the lead, chat. Cow can also live 20 years. And the cow can also jump over the moon, I think. Arwen is rather stoic and introverted compared to many elves in Lord of the Rings, in the Lord of the Rings books, but seems to fit the more reclusive nature of the wood elf. Yeah, he feels more like the classical elf. Cows are very talented, that for sure. But yeah, I think I had enough time, chat. Only 9 votes here, so people think the vote's getting too silly by now. But Arondir wins, Isildur 2nd place, Bedek only 3rd place. I did not expect that. Theo last place, unfortunately. To be fair, Theo had not much to do this season, I felt. Like, he had to mature here and there a little bit. And I would also assume, yeah, the role was planned out quite a bit differently, so there's also that. Okay, chat. The question is, what are we going to do next? Maybe we wrap it up, chat. That's potentially a good idea. We're going for 4 hours now, roundabout, with, if I subtract the break. And that's quite a bit. It's late already, chat. I want to eat something. And so on. So the classic things. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream, chat. They have to seriously amp up Isildur. Yeah, give him a bit more stuff to do. I think when he comes back to Numenor, he will have enough opportunity, I think, to get his stuff done. I can see him stealing the fruits of the tree. Or the seedlings of the something of the white tree. Numenor later at some point. I'm also falling asleep. Yeah, it's late already. Thank you very much again. No problem. So I will schedule it maybe next week or so. I will schedule another stream. Then we discuss maybe the show as a whole or so. Maybe I work on a video making a final conclusion to this. These are my thoughts of season 2. And we discuss what went better, what was worse, something like that. But if you have listened... Oh, 16,000 steps, that's quite a bit. I have not that much today. But if you have listened to all the analysis streams and videos, you kind of know my opinion on the season, I guess. So potentially there's not much new for you. Anyway, might be interesting video to make. So that's potentially something I will work on. Looking forward to next stream. Yes. It'll be interesting. And then, yeah, later this year we have still stuff like War of the Rohirrim. On Sunday, for the German-speaking viewers, I will be on the live stream of the German Tolkien Society channel again, and we discuss this episode here again, yet again, in German though. So for all who who find this interesting may feel free to join there as well. There, I'm not alone, but there are some other people as well. And yeah, I don't know what we will do. Also, shout outs to Desazu, who got a gifted sub on Twitch today from Schnake. So thank you, Schnake, again for that. Much appreciated. He's not on the list yet because I would have to re-render the credits. Currently, I'm happy that stuff like this kind of works. And yeah, if you haven't pressed the like button yet, chat, you know what you have to do. Feel free to do this. Maybe watch some of my video stuff here on the channel, would be appreciated. And yeah, thank you for watching, people. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day, a good night, or good evening whenever you watch this. Good afternoon. And if you watch this as a VOD to this point, and maybe write something in the comments, it's also always appreciated. And I would say, see you people then next week or something. So, see you next time. Goodbye. Also running maybe some ads here at the end.